Okay, now we're good? All right, good evening, everybody. I'm calling this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a seat, thank you. First order of business is to look for a volunteer to be the clerk, pro tem clerk tonight. I believe we have a volunteer. Do we have a?
I make a motion to
Yourself?
volunteer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Pro Tem Clerk. Could you please
Thank you.
do the roll
Thank
call?
you.
I can just help you with that, so you can write while I read.
No, I can do it.
So Gary Hebner
Okay.
present, Susan Mitchell,
Here.
Bonnie Takeuchi.
Here.
William Clark.
Here.
Bronwyn Roundtree, sorry.
Here.
Chris Scanlon.
Here.
Jean-Michel Tudorina, I can never say that. And is Kaylee here? And Kaylee is not here, our student rep. So all present for the adults, missing our student rep. And that is a quorum then, if we're all here. It is. All right, approval of the agenda. I believe might have a couple walk-on items, but we'll work on that as we get to them. But as it sits today, as it sits right now, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I believe it's unanimous. All right. 2.1 on the agenda, state assessments. We got lights for this, or is it a?
Yes, I just want to say, unfortunately, our elementary principal couldn't be here tonight. Everything is going around these days. So I asked Dr. Cogliano to assist Mr. Kamor in the presentation, as Dr. Cogliano has been here in multiple roles, helping us with pupil personnel services. He was our interim principal and now serving as a mentor. So I asked him to join Mr. Kamor in tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Paul.
Good evening, and thanks for having me here. Yeah.
Move the camera. Okay.
All right, so good evening. I'm here to present this evening. We've been working on our state testing data from the 2024-2025 school year. And this presentation, it's quite lengthy. There are a bunch of slides that I'll be able to go through pretty quickly. I think you guys have the majority of them, and then I have some summary slides at the end that might answer some of the questions that you might have. We'll try to get through as much of these as we can I think I can answer probably most of the questions that you might have throughout the presentation. But the cadence of what we'll go through tonight, you're going to hear about our grades 3 through 8. This is the state assessment program across our pre-K-12 continuum. And in New York State, we test in grades 3 through 8 for ELA and for math. We test in grades 5 and 8 for science. And then in grades 9 through 12th grade, we have content-based Regents exams. And then we also have our advanced placement exams that I'll talk about this evening as well. So we'll go in that order. Before I begin, one of the things that I wanted to highlight, a district initiative for the last several years has been, it's really hard in a school our size to get accurate data when we have such a small student population. And for example, when you look at 2022, there were 110 students and 36% of the kids were test refusals. They didn't take the exam. And I just want to highlight that was really part of a statewide culture shift heading into COVID, where test refusals had increased with Common Core, the length of the exams, some of the switch to computer-based testing. And then coming out of COVID, certainly there was a push to then get more data on the impacts of COVID, where our kids stood. So for that year, you can see that 36% of the kids in 2022 did not take the test. So we pushed really hard over several years, and you can see last year for ELA, only 4% of the kids did not take the exam. So our results are a cross-section of 96% of the kids in ELA. And then for math, you see the next set of data points down below. 46% of the kids didn't take the exam, so almost half in 2022. And then last year, about 94 or 92% of our kids, roughly, took the exams. Something certainly also to highlight, with our results, your traditional at-risk populations across the state, students with disabilities, students with high poverty, your socioeconomic data points, and students that are ELs, our English language learners, our E&L students. So you can see, like, for example, in the top column in 2022, where 36% of the kids didn't take the exam, but 75% of our ELs, 68% of our students with disabilities, and 58% of our economically disadvantaged kids didn't take the test. So really difficult at times to compare apples to apples when you're looking at cohorts of kids and comparative data from year to year. So we significantly increased the volume of kids taking the test, and then this is a nice cross-section that includes all of our student population. So I just wanted to highlight that slide for the board and the public. And this is a really important data point for us as well. The effect size is the percentage effect that one test taker might have in a grade level for us. So, one student represents 7% in third grade, 20% in seventh grade, where you have 6 kids in the grade and 5 kids taking the test, right? So one student will impact those test results by 20%. So you'll see a slide, for example, in ELA, one student represents 8%, and in math, it represents 12%. So for example, our ELA state tests. This is our grades 3 through 8. Vertically down the left hand, I have a lot of data up there, I apologize for that. Down the left hand column is each grade, and then our overall is the bottom row. So that bottom right hand number is the important number we want to look at, and that's the percentage passing that exam or scoring on grade proficiency in ELA. So 49% of our kids in ELA, in the state average, around 53, 54%, one student that got a level 2 jumps to a level 3, and we jump from 49, to 57%, right? 2 kids we jump to, 65%. And then you're significantly outperforming the state exams. So I just wanted to share anecdotally the impact of what one child could be on our exams. And then the far right column is the percentage proficient in each grade level. For those watching at home, our audience and the board, that bold line about 2/3 of the way across the page, that's the metric we're looking at here. We want kids on the right side of that. So when we measure our 3/8, when you look at the percentages, that's the percentage of students scoring a 3 or a 4, which typically how this scores a level 3 is a student performing on grade level in literacy or math, and a level 4 they're significantly above, and then a level 2 they're just below grade level, and then a level 1 they're significantly below grade level. So we want that line is the metric. We want as many kids as we can to the right side of that. So that 49% represents that about half of our students are in ELA proficient. And then this shows that just as a bar graph. The state average, again, 53%. We came in at 49% for ELA. So we certainly want to trend above that number. We're always, chasing that state average. But again, bearing in mind the effect size. I'll go through each grade level so you can see those. This is third grade. And again, that right-hand column shows our proficiency. Something that we would look at with that cohort of kids also is like our level 4s. We want to see kids proficient. We also want to see where we're pushing kids to highly proficient. So we would look at this cohort and break down looking exactly where those kids are. And then again, these are really just visuals. Not much to comment on here other than that far right column showing where in yellow is our district, and to the right of that is the state. This is 5th grade ELA. 67%. Here's an example where we've outperformed the state averages. That's grade 5, correct. This is grade 6, about even with the state exam or with the state proficiency level. Grade 7. And grade 8. So those are our 3-8 ELA data points. I'll shift into math. And then that same number on the far right-hand column, 46% of our students performing at a 3 or higher. And again, that bold line down about 2/3 the way across the page, that's the metric. To the right of that is a level 3 or 4, and to the left of that is a 1 or a 2. And then there's the bar graph for that. This is from the state data reporting site, and I'll just highlight for you the combined. You see in some of the columns we might not have a metric. That's when we don't have enough kids in a grade level testing to report, so they don't share that data point because the effect size is too low. So for example, that 5 kids in a grade taking a test. And then the combined score is, in some grades as we hit the middle school grades, you have students that take both or either can take the state exam in that grade level, or they're advanced and they're taking a Regents exam, a high school exam in the middle school. So we'll go through these data points here for 3rd grade. And again, this is for math. Our 4th grade results. Fifth grade. This is our 6th grade. And then our 7th grade, that again was where I talked about where we had just 5 students, so the state's not reporting that data. We want to be careful to not present data points that are identifiable to specific kids as well. And then these were our 8th grade math results. These are our data points for science, which shifted several years ago to testing in 5th grade and in 8th grade, which is historically what we had done in the past, and the proficiency level 3 and 4 at 42%. And we're looking on the left-hand side, our grade 5 compared to the state, and our grade 8 compared to the state. And that's our combined state proficiency level, 42% compared to the state average at 45%. And just as a reference point, I believe the state test refusal number was hovering around the 17% mark. And again, for ELA, we were at like the 4% test refusal, and for math at about 7%. Shifting here to our high school data points, and we'll go test by test here and then some summary data for you. This is our Regents exam in ELA. That's an 11th grade test. You see the far right, state average at 75%, our ELA proficiency level, and in Regents exams, there's a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and level 3 and up is proficient. And then that mastery level is 85% or higher. This is our Algebra 1. That's primarily our 9th grade students, some of our advanced 8th grade students, and at times, for a student that might struggle in math and require a little bit more time, they might take this class across 2 years. So this score could actually reflect mainly the 9th grade, some 10th graders, and some 8th graders. And we were 86% in algebra to the state's 56% average. And I'll also point out for both of these tests, ELA at 20% of mastery level, level 5. So that's a really strong number, and then same thing here, about the same, 21%. The Regents exam in geometry, 78% at Tuxedo, 60% statewide. This is our Algebra 2 exam, 100% at Tuxedo, 75% in New York State. And these, our Regent scores were very, very strong. And I know our staff has a lot of pride in these 100% and the high performance across these exams. So as these results came in, we got these results in the early summer, and then in the early fall, the state ELA math results roll in. Typically, the state will embargo those results where they can't be spoken of as full data points in public, but we use them to help drive some of our decision making internally. But it was a really a lagging release of that embargo this year. They didn't release it until just before our sometime in December, just before our December meeting, which felt like it was months behind what it typically might have been. Living environment, I just want to highlight that the state curriculum in several of our content areas is shifting. Common Core at the elementary to Next Gen, actually across the board. And then for our living environment, the state is phasing out the old living environment exam, but districts had the choice for that coursework last year. We also shifted to the new test, the new biology exam. Very similar content, a lot of differences though, and certainly a completely new exam. So we had some kids that were still in the track across a couple of years taking the living environment, and then we had primarily our incoming freshmen were taking the bio. And from here out, we're only offering the living environment as a makeup exam. And from here out, we'll be testing strictly in the biology test. So you get 80% Tuxedo, 57% state. This is the new exam that I spoke of, the biology. 73% here, 58% for New York State. This is also a new exam, the traditional earth science test. Just like living environment and bio, you had some choice in it, and we pretty consistently shifted our kids to the new coursework of earth and space. And this was another exam where we led all of Orange County with 100% pass rate. And you see for that new test, it's a tough exam, 56% statewide. This is chemistry, where we came in at 60%, with the state average around 65%. And just a talking point as we look with our science department at a number like that, thinking about our size and as kids traject up through the course curriculum, in a larger system, you might have a whole umbrella to get your science credits, that third science credit. So maybe I'll take here, we offer forensics as a partial credit. If that class doesn't line up for me in the year that I'm in with the other courses that I have to take, I can't take that as my next credit in science. I have to go where I'm aligned with the chemistry route. So maybe I know with especially the math component, I might struggle in the chemistry exam. That's my science and I have to take it. So where in a lot of districts, kids that don't have the strength in science, you shift them to more of a local elective where they get that credit. So just a nuance here for us. Global history and geography 2. This is a sophomore year exam, year 2, 10th grade history. Again, 100% leading the county. That's a number 1 in the region. To the state average, 76%. And I'll also highlight, look at that level 5 there. 86% of the kids at mastery. They did outstanding on that exam. U.S. history, 89%. Another one, when we think about effect size, that's like one kid, right? We're this close again to 100%. And I think the U.S., we were number 1 or 2, and maybe 3rd in the region on that one. This is just a summary, Bronwyn, you had mentioned about comparing regionally. I know we clarified on the APs. This one was readily available for me for the county. So that rank for us is for Orange County schools. No, this is regions. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So for this one I had, but for the AP I didn't. I'll do some digging on that. Looking at rank there, that's where we ranked in the schools, the 19 or so component districts in Orange County. So you see 84% of our kids were proficient or better on all of the state exams that we took for regions. And then our average rank throughout the region was 3.8.
Did you say there's 19 schools in the county?
Yeah, Jeff, is that number accurate for BOCES? About 19 districts in the Orange Ulster BOCES?
Sounds about right. I'll just verify it real quick.
Yeah, yeah. I think the number carries about 19. Yeah,
So 3.8 out of
yeah,
19.
correct. Yeah,
And 3.8 means third,
Third or
around
fourth.
third or fourth
Third or
place.
fourth out of 19.
Out of
Yeah.
19, okay.
Very good.
yeah. And that doesn't mean 4th in line. I wonder if we looked at their averages where we might fall. If we also had their total proficiency, right? That's just our average rank on the exam, which, could be higher than 4%, right? Or 4th.
17.
17 in the OU. Thanks for clarifying that. This is another point of pride. We just shared this out on our district socials. These are our AP exam scores. And that's, again, the percent scoring a 3 or higher, which is the score, as you can see in the paragraph below, that's predictive of college success and college graduation. So in 21, 44%, and that's of the amount of tests taken that year, 44% were at a 3 or higher. That's how we're reading that. So last year, 93%. So a steady increase here, which is a great data point for us. And that represents 15 students combined taking 40, I'm looking at the far right column, 15 students combined taking 46 exams, 14 students scored a 3 or higher, 93% of the tests taken were 3 or higher, or 93% of the students scored a 3 or higher. We just found out last week and wanted to celebrate that. The AP has an honor roll progress report, and you can see they recognize districts based on those metrics, and it's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, and it's the volume of kids that take a college class, volume of kids getting the college credit.
When you say getting the college credit, that's scoring
The 3 or higher.
Yep.
Yep. So you can see our metrics on the right-hand side. Our accolade is that we qualified as a silver district, and they show our metrics there that 8 of 14 on the college culture criteria, 8 of 14 on the college credit, and 21% on the college optimization. So in 2 of the categories, we were actually platinum, but the one category we ended up with the silver. So really nice to get that recognition from the AP.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Certainly a point of pride amongst our staff and our kids. And this is the report that we get. This is by exam. This is the AP biology exam. You'll see in the top left box where it says students taking the exam. So we're going to focus on those bold numbers. That number to the left is 8 kids took that test. It shows us there, New York and globally, how many students took that exam. And then we're going to look at the far right box on the top, where it shows that 100% of those kids, all 8 of them, scored a 3 or higher. And then underneath that, Bronwyn, I'll highlight, that's where it shows New York and then globally. So I don't have regional, but I have the state and international. So 100% of our kids got a 3 or higher. In New York, that number is 73%, and internationally, that number is 70%. The name of the test is always on the top there. So this is the calculus exam. 3 students took the test. 100% of them were 3 or higher. And that's better than 90% in New York and 88% international. We alternate our English each year between English language one year and English literature the next. So this year our current students are taking English Lit. These are our Lang results, 11 kids, 100% 3 or higher, and about a 75% nationally or globally and statewide. Again, physics, 100%, 4 kids. You know, down below that grid, when you're looking at it, board later shows you, you know, like on the state exams, where each percentage of kids fell in the band. U.S. government, 7 students, 3 or higher, 71% here, and 73 and 72-ish% internationally. This is our statistics, one of our high-level math classes, 5 kids, 100%, about 60% globally and 62 in New York. 8 students in psychology, 88% here, and 70 and 71% New York and international. That concludes the data points that we're sharing for the 3-8 ELA math.
Can I just ask one question about
Sure.
the AP? So if there's a perception that the numbers that you presented indicate merely or achievement in terms of the number of children or kids taking the tests, but not success on the tests as measured by a 3 or higher, would that perception be supported by the data or not?
Repeat that for me, Bronwyn.
So if there's a it was a very
Yeah.
confusing question. Sorry.
I was sipping my water.
If there's a perception in the community that the numbers that were shared on the website are reporting merely the number of kids that took the AP rather than also the number of kids that succeeded on the AP, where success is defined as scoring a 3 or higher, would that perception be supported by the data or not? Is that perception supported by the data, that merely what is reported is the number of kids taking the test and not also the number of kids succeeding on the test? And what does the data tell us about the number of kids succeeding on the test?
I want to look at the specific data point we're talking about, but it sounds like 14 of 15 kids getting a 3 or higher. If that's what it said, this would support that. If that's not what we're talking, I would want to.
No, that is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Very unclearly, but that was what I was trying to ask. Thank you.
No, I just don't have that data in front of me, so I just want to. I'll take a look at it. But I
So in
think
other
that's the
words,
answer.
we're reporting all the students.
Right, so we're not just
not
the
cherry-picking.
data that's being reported is not just the kids that are taking the test, but also we have data indicating the kids that are succeeding on the tests. And if I'm understanding Jared's presentation correctly, we have an incredibly high percentage of kids succeeding on the test, by which I mean scoring a 3 or higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also like to highlight for our AP scores, we have open enrollment here at Tuxedo. So if any student wants to challenge themselves and take that course, they can. Sometimes there might be like a prerequisite class you have to take to get into that. But based on scores, if you have that prereq and you want to take it, we're letting you in. So, you know, if you have a college-bound student that wants to push himself and take the test, where some schools will set a grade threshold that you need to have, or a GPA level, or
What do typical other schools do? Like, what is their threshold to get in?
yeah, it varies. You know, I can research a couple like districts, but I can tell you most do not have a straight open enrollment.
There's usually a minimum threshold that
Yeah.
you have to have a grade.
Yeah,
point
and
average.
it's seat, right? How many seats do they have in the
Right.
class? How many do they offer? So we're going to let anybody that wants to take it in, you know. But then it's also like you want your high performing kids taking those exams, right? So we want our kids to push themselves, get that exposure. there's statistics that will share that just by taking that high-level class and having the exposure to it increases kids' rates of attending 4 years and graduating. So we're big proponents of, we want our kids taking those tests.
As a small school, allowing that opportunity is huge,
Yeah.
right? And the scores show that we're doing quite well
Yeah,
for those kids
absolutely.
that are participating in the courses.
Yeah.
So commend the teachers for their great results.
There's more to the presentation?
Yes.
There is. I have some highlights here. I will take us through these. Just some talking points. I know the board was able to share some of the questions that you might have, and then we have some things we want to talk about, looking at the data points. We always want to look to improve, the metric of that state threshold. We always want to be challenging and chasing that. We want kids performing at those level 4s. So there's always data points and areas that we can grow. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that have led to where we are currently. I shared before about, first things first, get as many kids taking the test as you can. So that first talking point on the left-hand column, thinking about the volume of kids taking tests now across our 3-8, giving us a little bit more accurate data points. The percentages can certainly be skewed by our effect size per one kid, but this gives us at least, and if we continue with that culture, we can see students specific year to year. So sometimes a kid would take the test and then not the next year, then you don't have that data point looking at growth. So if we're going to look at state measures, it's helpful when we have kids taking the test. We certainly promote our families to encourage their students to take the exams. This information helps us evaluate our curriculum and instruction decisions, and certainly not just the state exam. We'll talk about some of the other data points that we use across our continuum. And then the important components that we're going to talk about here for our education program, focusing on student performance. These are integral to the district vision, a multi-year plan that's been implemented in a phase sequence since 21-22. Some of those things include evaluating curriculum, the implementation of RTI, AIS, IST. I'll explain a little bit about those, each of these bullet points in a future slide here. RTI is response to intervention. So if I'm struggling, you give me an intervention, measuring how I'm responding to that. AIS is academic intervention services, and our IST team is when we bring our team together to look to support students that might be struggling. Staffing decisions we're evaluating based on student and program need, and then the implementation of new curriculum in several content areas. And then also CBT testing has been phased in across New York State over the last 6 to 10 years or so, and then it became mandatory a couple of
What does that
2
stand
years
for,
ago.
Jared?
Sorry.
People may not know
Thank you.
all the acronyms.
Yeah, if I do that, jump in.
Yeah.
CBT is computer-based testing. You might see PBT, which is paper-based, or CBT, which is computer-based. And our 3/8s, just to clarify for everyone, all of our 3/8 tests are now computer-based. Our high school regents exams are all paper-based, and the APs are primarily computer-based. So academic intervention supports, the state looks at that metric of if they're below a 3, they need to be getting AIS. I want to report to the board and community, any of our students across our continuum that in our 3 through 8 that scored a 1 or a 2 are receiving currently AIS instruction in literacy or math. And then our high school students, our whole secondary, our 7 through 12, receive their AIS from content area teachers. And then in high school, if you traditionally, if you failed a class or an exam, that's a Regents, is an automatic qualifier in our plan for AIS. And again, that AIS is academic intervention supports. What that typically means, especially in our 3/8, you can qualify for academic supports, and that can look a couple of ways. We have a literacy teacher that was established in 22-23, a math position established in 23-24, and then there was a secondary position primarily for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at GFB in 23-24. There was that position was reduced last year, where we still have the literacy and math in the elementary, but our content area teachers in 7 through 12 are delivering support services. And that can be individual or in small group, and it can be in your classroom, which is push in, or I might see you or a small group pull out in a separate location. So typically our IST teams help make those recommendations based on the student's need and level of support needed. Again, all students that qualify under New York State guidelines are receiving academic interventions. So when we look at that state test, any student we saw that was a 1 or a 2, they're getting beyond their literacy and math instruction, a minimum period of academic support.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. When you look at your AIS programs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta stop.
When you look at this on, when you look at your AIS programs, especially at the elementary level, it's really imperative you have teachers with the right certifications. For reading, you really want to have a teacher at the reading content certification for math and math. You need that level of expertise because really it's skill-based. The remediation should be skill-based at that level. You want to teach kids to read, you want to teach kids to do mathematical concepts. You need a teacher that has the skills to break down those individual skills for reading and math, has that training, can really emphasize that with a student in small group instruction. So it's really key to have those teachers with the appropriate certification. When you do that, we see kids' achievement increase. So look into your staff to make sure your staff has the right certifications to provide these services if you really want to see students' achievement increase more rapidly. Sorry.
Thank you.
Perfect, thanks, Mike.
Mike, what grade typically do they stop AIS in a school district with AIS teachers?
Well, usually at elementary through middle school, you really want certified
AIS
math
teachers?
AIS
Okay.
teachers, yes. The second level, you can use more content teachers.
That's 9 through
provide-
12.
Because they have that, like the math teacher has the math certification, so they have the skill set to really remediate that math more so and break it down for the student. At the elementary level, you have a certified elementary teacher. Some of them don't have that reading certificate or that math additional certificate that really qualifies them to provide those remediation to students.
So as we prepare the budget, it might be a good idea to look to possibly resurrect that middle school AIS
I think look at
spot.
your staff, see what the certifications they have, and see who is best to provide that service. And if you don't have that, then you need to decide as a district that's something we want to provide.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? So you mentioned that the service as AIS, as a push-in, could be provided in the class. How would that work? What would that look like? Would you have the main teacher teaching and then you'd have another support person helping the child?
Great question. So if I'm the AIS teacher, I might look at, for example, if the cut score is right here for a level 3 and I was just below it, so I qualified, but I just need a little bit of help. Maybe the AIS teacher is pushing into my math class, and as the teacher's instructing, that AIS teacher is coming over to give me a little additional support. Or after the mini lesson, where the kids are working independently, I might pull you then to work on a specific skill, because we want to be clear for academic intervention services. We don't want that reteach of that content. We want to look at where is my skill deficiency and gap and target that, so that student can then keep up in their in-class instruction. So if I just keep, reinforcing and reteaching and reviewing, I'm going to help you with this lesson in this unit, but you're still going to have the skill deficiency that's leading to struggle, right? So that's the model where your AIS teacher will work out with the grade level teacher when's the best time to come for that student, or if the need rises to where, hey, I'm gonna pull that student or this group of 2 or 3. Here's the time we want you to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I also want to highlight that outside of the baseline requirement that the state establishes, the level 1s or 2s on the state exam, we also have multiple metrics where a student might qualify for AIS. Some of the things that we do, and this is probably like an entire additional presentation, but just the surface level, we have what we call benchmarking. So some of our benchmark procedures are triennial. It happens 3 times a year. We get a baseline in the fall, we do a mid-year assessment in the winter, and then again we benchmark in the spring. So for example, we use Renaissance across our pre-K 8, and that's for literacy and math. It'll give the students a grade level test, and as they respond, it sort of adjusts to that student to identify a level. and then it'll help tell the teacher instructionally, here is where your student is, here's what they're prepared to learn next, and here's some skill gaps that you might want to work on focusing on. So that benchmarking helps also inform instruction. So when a student is falling behind in the benchmarks, that might be a candidate the teacher would bring to the IST team to consider for AIS.
And Jared, we found that those benchmark tests, which are through Renaissance and some of the other benchmark assessment programs, we found that the correlation between them, they don't get the exact 1, 2, 3, 4 bucket perfect, but they do get the proficiency very, very close, correct?
Yeah, the softwares are strong predictors of what a student might do on the state exam.
So it's very beneficial to us when we do these September, mid-year, and end-of-the-year tests for the teachers to know what's going to happen at the exams and where we need to focus throughout the year.
Yeah.
So do I understand, Jeff, from that comment that it wouldn't be a surprise when a student scored a 1 or a 2 necessarily, because it often correlates with
Correct.
what is already known by the teacher to be a possible
That's right.
weakness.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to talk more about that in a little bit.
Yeah, and I would highlight, and you know, our teachers have such a strong pulse on our kids and where they are. If you queried any one of our teachers, they could go through. They have the folders with all of this data in it. They could tell you, you know, what levels their kids are on, what supports they need, where their struggles are, what interventions they're getting, what the predictors are on what would be a state exam. You know, and that's throughout our pre-K-12. You know, other things that might influence AIS is report card grades, their classroom performance, teacher recommendation, parents can request, and then any of our staff can make that IST referral. If they get to the referral team, they might see where maybe that student doesn't qualify, or they're just going to keep them on the runway and observe, or they might put some interventions in place and start in AIS. So that's just a surface level of what that looks like. Here's something we uncovered in our data points doing some research here. Obviously, attendance plays a critical role. Chronic absenteeism is defined in New York State as 10% or more. So across the 180-day year, that's 18 absences. 35% of our kids in ELA that scored a 1 or a 2, and 37% of our kids that scored a 1 or a 2 in math had chronic absenteeism. So we did see a spike in our absentee numbers since COVID, and I think in the last couple of years, like right now, we know we're going through a pretty terrible flu season, and our attendance is not great, right? So we're looking at those students, we're looking at their attendance currently. We look always across our system at student attendance, and then some of the metrics that we do, you know, there's threshold letters that go home every 5 or so absences. As those continue to escalate across the year, we reach out directly. You know, our school counselor, our school nurse, our school psychologist have the pulse on our kids. Mary and Matt in the main offices are sounding the alarm to Janet and I as kids start to spike in those numbers. Just about every kid, we could just go through the narrative of when they were sick. Here was the broken arm. Here was the you know, event that the family had. Generally, we have the rationale for every kid. Sometimes students in any district, right, I'll speak generally, cross a threshold where they're just struggling coming to school, and there's something more going on there where, you know, that might be where we then like try to work with the family to link them with services. You know, sometimes that might result in the school contacting and working with social services with the family. That's a data point we're looking at, and there are things that are at our disposal to track and measures to take to try to increase and improve attendance.
This to me is key. There's some solid research that talks about instructional time with students. You increase teacher instructional time with students, achievement goes up significantly. It's one of the biggest variables. So you have students missing 35 or 37% of their school year. That's significant. That's going to impact student achievement. That's an area I told them they really need to start to focus on. How can we motivate these kids and bring these kids into the building more consistently so they don't waste so much time? That is key to student achievement.
Sir? Yeah.
Mike?
If you could just speak in the mic, because
Mike?
I'm not sure we...
Oh,
I was just saying,
Can you guys hear me? Oh, sorry about that. I was saying this to me is key. There's a lot of research that talks about instruction time with students, teacher time with students. If you can increase that productively, students' achievement will increase. All the research is clear on that. There's really there's very little research that I read that contradicts that. Increase in student time with teachers, you see an increase in student achievement. So if you have students now coming to school 35 or 30% of the time, that's significant.
They're missing over a third of the
Yes,
school year.
yes,
right?
and that's going to impact student achievement. It's going to make it more difficult for that student, especially if the students are already struggling, then they're further behind. That's why your IS program is really important. Your RTI and IST program is really important. If you address that, you guys have quite a few data points now that have been put in place the past 4 or 5 years. So you guys know how your students are performing. You have to address it early on. And through an RTI model, an IST model, you can do that and provide research-based interventions. And I think you guys are doing some really wonderful things. And Jared will talk about some curriculum changes that began a few years ago when Jeff came on board. And you've got to continue with that. The little changes, I think, is really you should be able to see an improvement in student achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you. How am I doing on time? Great. All right, we're okay? All right, keep going. Curriculum, some of the things that we've looked at here, the need for consistency in curriculum across the district, certainly turnover when we think about classroom instruction, if teachers come or go, if there's leave replacements, administratively when we look at our principalships and district level leadership, the turnover that's happened there, that certainly has an impact across curriculum decision making, accountability, leadership. So that's certainly something that jumps out that we want to, as a district, focus in on. Elementary ELA and math reviews were conducted between 22 and 23, as well as 23 and 24. A new rigorous process was implemented to review the math curriculum, leading to adoption of a new program. Solicited the help of a BOCES elementary math experts to lead the review, and then all of our elementary teachers were part of that process. If I recollect looking at past meetings before I got here, Mary Stephanie would highlight that we were torn between two programs, so we ended up that next year going into a pilot, and then mid-year adopting Reveal Math. That came with pretty intensive staff development support, coaching by our BOCES staff developers, and a full rollout of that program. So then we would be just about now rounding year 2 of that implementation. Right, I think it was right about February that was adopted. In 22-23, there was a multi-year implementation of the district-wide SEL curriculum. That's social and emotional learning, and we use the Yale Ruler model. And all staff have also received extensive staff development with that. And we put that in here as when we think about classroom management, student self-regulation, their mood and school climate. Those are things that certainly can have an impact on instruction that we want to make sure that we're addressing.
And those are ongoing, right, Jared? We have to keep making sure with the fidelity of the curriculum that we enact this thing in a multi-year process. It's not going to buy it 1 year, put on the shelf. You got to keep training the staff on it, correct?
Yes. 24-25, last year we knew Dr. Cogliano did great work with us here as well, identifying with us that we really wanted to evaluate our literacy program. State Ed also came out with their Science of Reading initiative across the state, looking at best explicit instruction practices for literacy. So in that process, we created a literacy team here at GGM, and we also followed the model that we use with math and brought in Linda Zachary, who the board met several times last year through the process. She's been with us and continues to stay with us through this whole process, including the rollout. And our team landed on Benchmark Advance. And we also saw that we had a need across our continuum to increase our phonics instruction. So last year, and this puts us in compliance with the state regulations for science reading, last spring we adopted Wilson's product for foundations for pre-K3 and Just Words for grades 4 through 6. We expect that this will have significant impact across several years on our student performance and their literacy scores and their literacy skills, more importantly. Benchmark Advance was selected as the ELA curriculum for pre-K6. The Wilson Phonics was put into place last year in the late spring. We were getting some training and starting to use the materials and get our feet wet with that. That training has continued into the summer and into this year. Benchmark arrived in the summer. We had offered our staff 2 curriculum days in the summer. We built work into our opening day conference days, and then that curriculum support has continued throughout the year with Linda from BOCES. Thinking about the schedule and what Mike was referring to with our contact time, we were able to increase our workday by 10 minutes. There was a cap if we go with the 9-period schedule contractually at 39 minutes, and that was eliminated through collective bargaining. Right now we have a 42-minute schedule. Pre-K through 6 for ELA coming into this year, we required across our grade levels 3 full periods for ELA and 2 for math. And that equates to contact time of 126 minutes of literacy instruction. That includes our phonics work as well. Usually that's about a rough spot. We have some of our elementary folks here. I'm going to say about 25 minutes. Sounds fair? That's the average across the continuum. So that phonics lesson is inclusive of that 126 minutes. We also have reading and writing happening through Benchmark Advance. And then 84 minutes of math instructionally, and that's every day. And then if you have a student that qualifies for AIS and they're getting pulled out, they're getting added minutes of contact time in that instruction area.
Jared, how do those numbers for instruction time compare with either what is required by the state or what is common practice? Do we have more, less, about the same instructional time?
Yeah, Part 100, I don't have the number of minutes off the top of my head for ELA and math, but we're well beyond what's required. And those numbers are going to be well beyond the average across the region, right?
I have a question as well. So with these new programs, Ruler and Reveal Math and all these, have you gotten feedback from teachers about how they like them? And, you know, in your process of reviewing them and teaching them, are you getting feedback that's positive?
Yeah, feedback is ongoing, and you know, as you roll out programs, what I really like about having Linda here, you know, depending on your years of experience, your familiarity with that content area, maybe with that program, as you have your initial rollout, everybody gets the same PD, right? But then, as we get into delivering the program, our strengths and blind spots grow at different levels. So when I get to have Linda come to my classroom and model, then I get to have that conversation. Here's where I'm struggling and here's where it's going well. And that might be different in each room. So it's really beneficial for us that we can get that feedback and help to tailor what our staff needs.
And just to say, this wasn't a top-down approach. We didn't force feed this down to the teachers. In fact, we made the teachers select the curriculum. In fact, there was a point, like Jared was mentioning about the math curriculum. There were 2 programs, and they were at a dead heat. And they kept saying to us, will you pick? And we said, absolutely not. You're going to pick the tools you use. So we knew that if that happened, there'd be a lot more buy-in on the curriculum, and they you know, make sure that it worked. So the teachers selected these curriculums with some assistance, obviously, from the expert math and reading specialists.
Yeah, and with that, I would say our staff would probably agree. Any program that you roll out, there's going to be hiccups. There will be struggles. It's usually a 1 to 3 year process of like ironing some of those things out. So to your point, getting and hearing that feedback and adjusting to it's going to be really important for us.
And we're going to do some comparative analysis of some of the other areas, because technically, you know, quite common in elementary schools is social studies will get pushed a little to the side, and we want to look at that. We're going to look at a social studies curriculum, correct, Mrs. Rhoda? Okay, I know she's big on that. So we're going to be looking at comparing us to other districts and how they're spending their, you know, where they're scheduling their time to answer that question.
We will also be implementing a data team here throughout the rest of the year, data teams in each building, looking at you know, the targeted academic interventions, our benchmarks, all the data that we have from our state exams, and other data points across the district, and then looking at our staff development that we want to implement based off of that, and putting a data dashboard together for administration and staff to discuss monthly.
And this is critical, the data piece. We don't want to be data-driven. We want to be data-informed instruction, and data-informed decision-making. So we looked at it. We saw that, you know, we had a number of kids that were opting out of the tests, and now we've addressed that. Now we see we've got quite a bit of a chronic absenteeism issue, so we're going to double down on that one. But we're also looking to build a like a dashboard, So I'll be reviewing with the principals, and they'll be reviewing with the teachers, the kids, with these benchmark assessments throughout the year. And for the kids that need some additional help, we have another database we can pull from Ed Data, where that's got a bank of like 60,000 questions, so we can give those kids a little bit more testing to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So the data is critical, especially now. Previously, we didn't have enough kids taking the exams. So the data was almost useless. But now that we're getting the kids to take the test, this is going to become very critical for us.
And then other data points that we have within the classroom, our teachers are expert with this. The Renaissance STAR testing for ELA and math gives us strong data points. There's other apps that we use across the district. Secondary Castle Learning is one that a lot of our secondary teachers use. And this is autonomous. They get to decide in their instruction. For example, they might use Castle Learning where that will give test questions that are similar to the state exam. And then it'll also adjust to student need and then give you feedback as a teacher. And I collected some staff feedback sharing some of these things as well.
Jared, quick question on that. Are those programs, Renaissance, Castle Learning, et cetera, available at GGM as well, or are those only at the secondary level?
Yeah, it depends on those are like eMath is strictly secondary. Renaissance would be like universal across the district, right?
And are those available to the elementary teachers as well?
Yeah, we have ClassLink, which is a one-stop shop platform on our school website. That there are some apps that are specific to elementary and some that are specific to secondary, and then some that are K-12, right? So it depends on the app.
Do we have any sense of the extent to which the elementary teachers are utilizing these apps?
We can do a report on each of our apps that shows us what the usage is. I would imagine like some of the like Brain Pop is one that they would use that's going to be more on the elementary, iExcel type platforms, where eMath, Castle Learning more like secondary, really in-depth Regents level questions.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Some next steps, certainly you look at staff evaluations. COVID interrupted that process across the state, where now all staff and teachers are evaluated annually. This helps inform professional development planning, professional learning and development opportunities. We look to support our instructional staff. Jeff had mentioned the data-informed decision-making. Those are all the metrics that you see up there that we look at to help inform those and evaluate. Dr. Cogliano really helped hone in on that last bullet here for us. Wilson also offers a certification program specific to literacy instruction and intervention, specifically with kids that are really struggling with Tier 3. So this is something that we want to evaluate and explore as our system gets strong in Wilson. We also want to develop our expertise. So that might be a place where, staff in specific grade bands might get trained in that next level. I'm going to summarize these. I'll share this so that the board has all of these slides. Our secondary staff, I just asked, looking at exam prep, right? I'll highlight some of the things, and this is K-12 when we look at, or 3-12 when we look at taking state exams. We embed test prep. We never want to teach specifically to the test. We don't want to over-assess our kids, and you can see through our benchmarking and the state exams, assessments are heavy. So when we prepare for those exams, we want to embed that across our curriculum. If I'm giving assignments and quizzes and assessments and projects, I also want to be cognizant, and our staff does a great job of this, of embedding those types of questions and prep from September on.
So teaching to the standards, not to the test.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then as you get closer to the test, certainly we have units that are specific to test prep. CBT testing, our one-to-one initiative with our Chromebooks. The kids are very getting used to their Chromebooks and keyboards. We have access to Nextera, the app where the state exams are offered. Teachers and kids can familiarize themselves with the different tools and functions on there. And then our kids are taking assessments in all of these different benchmarks, often online, on the platform. So while it's not identical, our kids are getting used to that, frequency and fluency and building that stamina testing using a computer.
And can you remind me when computer-based testing was introduced widely in the state level tests?
Yeah, it was phased in across grade levels. Then we were mandated, I want to say in like 21-2 to incorporate some grade levels. I think they started from like third grade up. And then by, I want to say it was 23-24, we were mandated. So 2 years testing cycle that everybody had to be CBT.
So the CBT is a relatively recent thing that teachers and students are learning how to handle?
Yeah, statewide it began prior to COVID, and they did like a 5-6 year roll-in where eventually it was going to be mandatory. So, but yeah, for here, it's just in the last couple of years that it's been 3-8.
How much practice do the kids get with computer-based testing? Like, on a
Yeah, it
weekly-
depends on the grade level and the instructor, but our kids are taking assessments all the time on computers. Specific to the state test, our teachers review, they build in the practice testing questions into their Google Classroom and into the assessments that they give. And then, certainly at the elementary, you'll see where that practice ramps up as we get closer to the state exam. But I'll also piecemeal it. So like they often come in multiple choice response, short answer, and then essay. And then as they get older, that grows. So I might give a multiple choice test in this unit, but then we're going to do short answer responses in this assignment, and then an essay per marking period, right? And then that scales up as the kids get older.
Does the data suggest that part of the issue with the scores is related to familiarity or lack thereof with CBT, or is that not something that the data necessarily can show you one way or the other?
Well, statewide, everybody was subjected to the same CBT requirements.
Right, but I mean in terms of the uptake, like learning how to integrate that into your lessons and the extent to which it's actually happening here. I'm not talking about statewide, but is there any indication from our results that CBT and the familiarity or lack thereof with our kids?
I
Is
Yeah,
that the kind of thing that data would be possible to
Yeah, I don't
find
think
data?
we
hard
measured
metric.
that.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
no built-in measurement for
to
that
analyze.
Well,
that I'm aware of.
Is there a way to evaluate that?
We'll look into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would be valuable.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, it's an
think it'd be
interesting
good
one.
to know whether if it positively or negatively impacts test scores since it's been moved to computer-based testing.
Yeah. Yeah, and we had talked also about reaching out to state ed to see if they have any, universal metric, and then how could we try to unpack that
that'd
a
be
little
great.
bit. 'Cause there is some anecdotal, like obviously it depends on the kid also, right? Some are going to struggle more than others, and it's just a hard data point to nail down. But
right,
we'll
which is
look
why
at it.
maybe the New York
Yeah.
State comparison it's a difficult one. It's an interesting one, but it's a difficult one because kids in some places might have more familiarity and exposure to computers than some of our kids might have. And some of our kids might be completely familiar and others
Right.
not, just depending on what they're used to. at
Yeah.
home or-
And with the stamina and the fluency, just as a kid that struggles with handwriting on a paper-based, if they struggle with the keyboard and typing, it's going to impact.
We'll check
So-
with the state. There's nothing that we're aware of, but we'll see if the state has any data on that. Yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
I'd be curious to see those grades where it was first introduced a few years back and to see where those test scores look at like now to see if there's any sort of
Sure.
impact.
Yeah.
I haven't unpacked all these numbers. I have to break all this down.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information.
Yeah, a lot of data here.
Yeah, thank you.
Test preparation, and again, I'll try to paraphrase here. I have a lot of information up there for you, our staff. This is primarily all staff response of different ways across their exams, prepping for regents, APs, SATs. I heard from staff in every content area, our special education staff, using reference guides, notes, graphic organizers, sentence starters, practice essays. So you think about skill building, taking strategies. And our kids so bring in ELA instruction, lots of four types of question, multiple choice, short answer, say, our lay and social studies tend to have a weight in them. Somebody has their lab and short answer. Lots of coursework, do class leading actual sessions built units leading up to the game, homework, assessments, projects, embed these types of questions and skill building as we go. This is from our math department using Action as a platform of and they use those Regent-style questions so the kids, even in their homework, are constantly getting practice on the types of questions that they're going to see on the exam. And then the math department also highlighted for both Delta Math and eMath instruction that there's video lessons, that when the student takes the question at home, there's also then a video embedded to help support them if they're struggling on a particular problem. JMAP, a website where I have a full, and they use that certainly as they. Desmos is a app calculator that we've just switched over from. We got state ed permission to do this, switching from like the traditional handheld. We have a way to lock their computer so they can use this Desmos calculator, which they're finding through the research is more effective on the exam. So the math department's really excited about that functionality. I was trying not to be redundant, so I tried to kind of scale some of our staff responses. For science, practice questions on their vocabulary, a focus on vocabulary, science so heavy in that area. They too use Castle Learning for assessments. It gives them feedback on how to target specific student interventions. Same for social studies. Great as a data analysis tool, identifying gaps and opportunities to reteach. This is from the social studies department from January on, using weekly practice with Castle Learning, different essays that they give, multiple choice and short question response. Concept maps to help heavy writing, but also conceptualizing across the content. They might give you multiple themes that you have to write about, or enduring issues or civic literacy issues. And then you have to embed the skill of compare and contrast or theme or whatever it is. So they work there, prepping those kids with model essay writing. Many of our departments commented that they'll use model exams released by the state to show the kids, this is what a 5 looks like. This is what a 4 looks like. This is what a 3 looks like. They'll build a rubric with the kids to show them how they can look to improve their writing and their responses to score in each of those areas. Paper tests that mimic the Regents format. Many of our AP teachers are using AP Classroom, which is a house for their test and review and data analysis. Lots of, again, questions similar to the ones they're going to see on the exam, giving argumentative essays, article analysis, evidence-based questions, projects aligned with the types of tests that they're going to see. Again, many of our staff commented, so heavy in vocabulary development, getting the kids access and exposure to the content that they're going to be seeing on those tests. Most of that there looks to me redundant of things that I've already said. And again, I'll share this so that you all have it and it'll be posted as well.
Jared, can I ask a couple sort of broad follow-ups?
Could I,
Yeah.
before we go to questions, could I just do a couple things?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot and ask you who helped you put this together in case you forget somebody, but clearly a lot of people put this together. It was very informative, very in-depth. I think it was pretty fair. It showed a couple weaknesses, but to be honest, I'm surprised by how much good stuff was in there, especially with some of the Regents and AP stuff. And I am sure that in the future, some of the anti-school people are going to pull out dribs and drabs of the weaker numbers. But this is a very in-depth report showing we're doing a lot of good stuff here. So I actually want to thank the students taking the tests the faculty, the staff, the administration for all the highlights in that report. So I want to thank you, everybody,
Agreed.
for doing that stuff.
Thank you.
Before we go to questions, one point of information. Especially in the lower grades, you talk about the New York State, but that doesn't include New York City, correct? That's
Correct.
which
Are they? Go ahead.
The city in there.
when it says New York, like, when it says our average
Yeah, I believe that's all
for
in there.
APs, I know it is, but I thought it's not necessarily the same for regional. What's that?
I'm sorry, did you say K through M or congested?
Like K through 3 for the lower grades, like when it says New York State, does that include the city?
I believe it does include the Big Five, yeah. Big Five.
I'm going to tell you in 10 seconds.
Okay, well, you can get back to me on that too, but I'm just trying to, I thought some tests, I forget which ones, didn't include the city, and I'm not sure which ones. But you can get back to us later.
Yes,
I think that
New
kinda
York City
skews
is
the
fully
numbers, too.
included,
When we were just,
says AI.
when we're at the state average,
AI, don't trust
yeah, when we're at the state average, is that
Yeah.
upstate or the entire
It's
state?
the entire state, so it includes the Big Five. And the Big Five drag the whole state down because they're inner city and, generally they've got
Right.
higher population of VLL and, can't speak the language, you're not gonna do as well. So a lot of the the city schools will do less, well than the suburban
Right.
districts will. So
Okay.
yeah, it's all included.
So I had a question too, but you go first because you were first.
Hey, Gary, I appreciate you acknowledging that. Jeff and I and Jenna and Walter and Dr. Cagliano, we've been working on this as we've been getting the results across the fall, but have really ramped this up in the last several weeks, getting ready. Lots of time put into this, and you've given us great questions in your guidance on things that you might want to hear about. So that was really helpful that you were able to.
Yeah,
do
I
this.
think
Thank
one of
you.
the things we're gonna do in the future, particularly, the board had, when I got here, wanted a top 100 school. So at some point, what we'll probably add to this is we'll probably pick a cohort of high-performing schools like Scarsdale, Rye, Jericho, Syosset, and try to compare ourselves with them. At a certain point in time, we'll start doing that.
Yeah.
So,
And Mary and Matt with our data points and attendance, and Chris and Tracy, and I drove
See,
them nuts with.
I
Hey, I have
heard a
another
lot of
question.
people, yeah.
Hey, staff, can you get back to me on this? So it was a full team effort across the board.
Jared,
So
I wanted to ask
Yeah.
you, one of the things when you're talking about supports for students at the high school level, I don't think you mentioned the advisory period and how students are identified for that, and how the teachers pull students in. What's the criteria? How does that happen?
Good point, Bonnie. So advisory period midday, we have an hour lunch block, 30 minutes for pretty much middle school, 30 minutes for high school. The other 30 minutes is an advisory where you're placed by grade level with a staff member. You can typically use that as homework time, getting extra help. If I'm struggling in math, I might be able to go see the math teacher. So there's lots of things that happen in that block. But also then typically if I'm designated needing AIS support, that would be where like a nice spot where we can pull that kid, link them up with a teacher who's available and not miss instruction in something else. So
Thank you.
Could
Yeah.
we get some feedback on those advisory periods? What kind of participation is actually happening
Sure.
from the teachers?
Yeah.
and the students?
sure.
they called it homeroom in your day, Bonnie and my day. It was homeroom. It's a little different now. It is. There
Yeah.
are some differences. It's a little more, intentional and structured. But yeah, it's,
I mean, I know that teachers are pulling individual students in for sure. Homeroom back in my day was attendance and
Right.
talking about the news of the day and that kind of stuff. But anyway, it's another resource and it's
yes.
a nice block of time.
So I just had a big picture question, Jared, which is one of the things that I thought was interesting from the presentation is that it highlighted some areas for improvement in the elementary school, elementary and middle school, and then some incredible achievements in the high school. How do you explain that gap? I mean, these middle school kids are going into the high school and then achieving at a relatively high level at the high school, but we have these elementary and middle school scores that need some work. How do you explain that?
Well, one of the things we're doing right now is with this database that we're building, where we're taking them at a point in time and we're going backward and we're going to go forward. And we're going to track that and find out, what elements. There's so many things that go into student performance, Jared mentioned a few. It's curriculum and professional development. It's the students' attendance. It's the number. It could be ELL. It could be some of there's so many factors that to say it's this one thing or that there's no silver bullet. It's going to take a lot of analysis, and we're building those models now. So we'll have that data.
Jared, I want to thank you and, Ms. Parks as well, especially all of the teachers for roping the kids in, because having 7% and 3 and 4%, non-participation rates is fantastic. Like this is real data. In the previous years has been pointed out, obviously.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can continue moving forward, with where we're at with the participation rate.
Yeah, I think that
We can really,
that
something
kudos also go to Dr. Cogliano. He was a principal over there, and also Melissa also did a fantastic job. I think she started pushing that really hard. So it's been a group effort. Yeah.
Several years.
If I can
yeah.
follow up on that. Yeah. So it's no secret that some school districts encourage weaker students not to take the test. This district decided several years ago wasn't the only point of the test, and it's come up that we need the data point to figure out what they need to get them proficient. We also spoke about the new concern about delinquency and truancy affecting the scores. But my question is, in terms of getting the kids to take the test, have we reached that goal, or are we still working on that?
Always working on it.
Okay.
I think the 4-year trajectory in every grade is improved.
Yeah.
Markedly for
Like
every single grade.
We're getting
Yes.
data on almost every kid. I'm
Yes.
presuming, there can't be districts that can say the same stats of how many kids
That's a
are
high
taking
number,
the test.
yeah.
Our kids are taking
Yeah.
the test. So we're learning what they need, even if it publicly might hurt a couple of our numbers.
Yeah, and the culture of when I'm taking the test as a 3rd, 4th, and 5th grader, it's not a thing for me as a 6th grader. I just,
Right.
Where
We're used to it.
once kids start opting out and they see their kids refusing to take the exam, and it, culturally becomes a thing. So.
So I think at some point we need to put out to the parents, thank the parents for getting the refusal to take the test percentage go down every year, because I've seen stats throughout the state and we're at tops in that.
Yeah, and some of the metrics, Gary, heading into COVID, the tests were too long. Kids were testing for hours at a clip. 3rd graders taking 7 hours to finish an exam. Then it was timed, and then it wasn't timed, and there was debate about what to do there. Teachers not having say in the development of tests and test questions. So the state actually really did a nice job listening to that feedback. They adjusted the length of the test. They incorporated educators into making the exam, boots on the ground staff and instructors being able to help influence what it looked like. So they made a more student-friendly test that gives us a measurable data point that's valuable to us.
I think it shows also that when our district makes a goal, a targeted goal, that you're able to achieve it. And that's really exciting, because it sounds like here you've made a bunch of new goals, and I can't wait to see how you guys do.
Yeah, and I would say when we look at the elementary data, right, there's areas where on the surface, hey, there's where we want to improve. But our staff work tremendously hard. They know every kid. They know what every student needs. They're working tirelessly to that end. We certainly want to look at, our students with disabilities number, our E&L population, our kids struggling with a 1 and 2. What supports do we have in place? Where can we grow and impact that better? And be mindful of that effect size where, 2 kids and all of a sudden you have scores that are the best in the region. 2 kids for math is 24 percentage points.
So to that, this is a follow-up, sort of builds on what you were saying. I thought one of many very interesting data points was that some of our ELL kids are struggling on the tests. What ELL specific supports do we have in place to help those kids in particular? Are they different from the AIS reading and math that are available to everybody, or do we have something that's more targeted towards their needs?
Yeah, and those students might qualify for both. So we have an E&L teacher that's specific to the students that are designated, and they take an exam that identifies their level of proficiency and then how many contact minutes they need to get. And you know, New York State is struggling with a shortage of E&L teachers and an influx of E&L students, right? So the scales have done this to where universally there's a compliance issue with being out of minutes across the board for E&L students. Here, we are very close, if not at meeting where we need to be, which is like unheard of in the region.
That may be something that we look at going forward as
Yeah. Yeah.
help those kids with additional supports.
Yeah, and several kids throws us out of whack where we did have either 1.5 or 2 E&L teachers, but then our caseload shifted a little bit, and now 1 teacher satisfies that. You know, 1 or 2 families move in that require that resource, and all of a sudden we're needing a teacher. You know, so but we're in a good spot right now.
You made a great point. I think you look at your students, your ELL students, your students with disabilities, they tend to struggle. So I think, first of all, the programs you're bringing in for ELI are excellent. They're based on the science of reading. They're very explicit in the type of instructional approach you need to utilize, very systematic, properly sequenced. All that's built into research, and we implement those types of programs. First of all, give it at least 3 years to measure its effectiveness. All right, so just stick with the program. Make sure it's implemented with fidelity. All right, but the research is clear. When you use explicit, systematic programs to properly sequence this, not only do your high achievers make significant gain, all students make gain. There's no research to really dispute that. That type of instruction, these programs, that's why the state's trying to push this, the science of reading. You know, foundations you went with is a systematic phonics program, which is about 45 minutes daily. I see you increase your time for at least 120 minutes. It's all based on research. You need to spend at least almost 2 hours of teaching reading to elementary school students in a systematic way if you want to see all students be successful. You're trying to do some of that here. You began, like I said, a few years ago with the math program and the SEL program you brought into place and the instructional component. I spent quite a time here as an interim, and I've seen some wonderful teaching, and we spoke to the teachers about there's some instructional practices they implement every single day, some 4 or 5 practices that will increase student achievement. And I had those discussions with the teachers, I've had those discussions with your administration, and they're starting to see that. You know, you have hardworking teachers that care, and I think you have the ingredients here to really help students achieve. Your secondary scores are outstanding. You guys should be proud of that. Your elementary scores are going to be just as well because you have the programs and the teachers here and able to do that. You guys are heading in the right direction. Give it 2 to 3 years, but I'm excited about the programs, the math programs you have in place, the reading program you put in place now with the Wilson and the benchmark program, the data you're going to receive from that. You can really pinpoint students monthly where they are and can really remediate those areas of weakness before students falls further behind. I think that is key, like you said before. We shouldn't be surprised which students are not meeting the standards. We know that as educators, as teachers. We have to make sure we remediate as soon as we know that with the right research-based instructional practices and programs. And you guys are starting to do that. That's what's exciting about it.
Yeah, that national, that reading, the lack of phonics was a national disaster.
It was.
And, you know, what they're talking about, the science of reading was from 2001.
It was a National Renal Panel, 2001, that spoke about
2001,
this.
and they said these things. The country went off on a rail with this whole balanced literacy thing and kind of threw phonics out the door, and it was a disaster. So now we're switching back towards a phonics base, and that was just implemented, so you're going to start seeing an improvement here. Actually, it's going to see it nationally. That millions were spent on that Columbia teachers' whole balanced literacy program was a train wreck. Huge class action lawsuit, so we're heading in the right direction.
We've known about this for years, you know, about how to teach reading, very explicit, phonics-based, systematic, and properly sequenced. Kids need to be taught to read it, just don't pick up on it.
Yeah, 1955, right?
Yep.
Why Johnny can't read.
Yep. But you guys are starting to do that here, which is exciting to see, you know, on a consistent basis, and the programs the teachers follow systematically. You're going to build every skill properly sequenced. So it's nice to see.
That's great. Thank you.
Other questions?
Jerry, thank you. I'm really pleasantly impressed with some of these numbers. So thank you for putting this. all of you together.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
Thank you, everybody.
Presumably we'll post this. There'll still be some naysayers, like I said, that'll pick out this little number here and there. But overall, in terms of a lot of the things we tried to achieve, we have achieved. Our numbers are pretty good in so many areas, and they're awesome in some areas. So let's get this posted so the public can look at it in its entirety.
Well, and I think most importantly, where there's room for improvement, it sounds like people have thought about it
Right.
and have thought seriously and deeply about strategies to address
Right.
those issues. And so I think we have a plan moving forward, and we can make
Right.
progress.
I think
Yeah.
there's more to come.
Yeah.
To add.
There is more to come, yeah. We started this 5 years ago, and we've got a plan.
Jared, great presentation. Thanks to everybody who was involved with it.
You teachers.
Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on. Jeff, your report, please.
Sure. Okay, good evening, everyone. Since our last meeting, some of the highlights, we entered the winter break with our Spirit Week, culminating in our pep rally. Thank you to Mr. Castellanos and all of our, who spearheaded it, and all our teachers and staff that made that a success. We've been gathering, we've begun, the budget process is underway. We're still doing a lot of work with the curriculum and with the data. Staff observations continue throughout the district. We'll provide an update to the board and our families on our remote instruction days. We've got a couple of whopper storms that look like they're coming next week, and we've only got one snow day left. So we're urging everybody to, keep their Chromebooks at home. Mr. Kmore is going to post something to the parents and to the students about next week, because we're supposed to get a storm Sunday and again another one on Wednesday. So we may have to go remote. We have one day left, so after that's gone, we'll be doing remote. He'll be sending out some notifications, I think, tomorrow. Is that tomorrow, Jared, or next week? You're going to, or tomorrow or Friday, you're going to send that out about the remote learning.
Yeah, we'll send something out tomorrow as a reminder on Friday to the students so that the Chromebooks go home.
Great.
Are we prepared for remote learning?
We are prepared, correct?
Yeah, staff at a superintendent's conference day in November got themselves situated to give us.
Okay.
The Chromebooks just need to connect to Wi-Fi. As long as they connect to Wi-Fi, they can receive this remote. As they're already
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
So all the students have Chromebooks then? Okay.
Friday, if they're doing anything at home other than what I don't know, but you have to use your Chromebooks.
Thank you, sir.
We should probably try to validate they all have their Chromebooks still.
Jared, just if you would, there's a question from a board member to check and make sure every kid has a Chromebook. Dante's assured us, but if you guys can just, make sure, that'd be great. We don't want anybody losing any time. All right?
Yeah.
Excellent. We're in
Thanks.
our testing week with Regents exams and midterms happening throughout this week. And this week concludes the first semester. And then one of the highlights of the night, I want to recognize and celebrate an extraordinary woman, an irreplaceable colleague. After 34 years of service, Miss Joanne Martin officially retired. She started on August 1st, 1992, back when transportation involved clipboards, filing cabinets, and memorizing phone numbers. Her official title was Director of Transportation, but she was also an emergency bus driver, cafeteria manager, a modified softball coach, a Christmas miracle worker delivering toys, a Thanksgiving hero handing out turkeys, critical member of our administrative council, and essentially the district's director of I'll take care of it. She supported our students with her time, her energy, her voice, and her steady presence. She supported our staff with loyalty, grit, and a willingness to jump in whenever needed. And she supported this district with a level of commitment that simply cannot be replaced. Joanne's legacy isn't just in bus route schedules or perfectly timed drop-offs. Though if something went wrong, she always knew about it. Her legacy lives in the students she encouraged, the families she helped, the colleagues she supported, and countless moments when she quietly stepped in and made things better. So tonight we celebrate 34 years of service, leadership, heart, humility, relentless dedication. We celebrate a woman who wore many hats than anyone will ever know, and never once asked for applause. So Joanne, on behalf of a grateful district, thank you for your compassion and your tireless work. or yesterday from the chief. So I'm going to share that with you. He's not going to be able to do this until late in February. Our board meeting will happen before that, so you'll have ample time to review the curriculum to approve it. But the chief needs to allocate some funding to have people go to training. So he'd like your tacit approval to move ahead with the program. We'll send out this curriculum to you tomorrow so you can read it, but we'll put it on the agenda for approval by the board next week. But he'd like some sort of an assurance that we'll be moving ahead with that.
When you say allocate funding, you mean from
He-
within the
from
police
his
department?
He doesn't want to spend money and then have us
Totally
say,
understand.
yeah.
I'm not asking you for money. I know it wouldn't go over well if I did, so.
That's on tape, Rick.
I did a little better in having you wait until tomorrow. I presented
Thanks.
the DARE curriculum as well as common questions that are asked of the DARE program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, this is something actually we've been discussing for several months now between board members and just people around the school and playing with the idea to see if this is something we would like to do again. Their program is nothing new. I'm going to read a little something if you don't mind. It's not going to be anywhere as long as Jared's presentation, I promise you. It's about
that
10
long?
minutes. What's that?
Was that long?
The DARE program has been in inception since 1983. It's nothing really, well, the curriculum has changed significantly, but it's nothing really new that is, groundbreaking that I'm sure everybody here has not either gone to DARE when they were growing up or is not familiar with. So I was the last DARE teacher, believe it or not, for Tuxedo back in, I believe it was 2007 or 2008. So kind of, memorabilia coming back for me to bring the program back to the school. I believe in the program. I did it for 9 years as a police officer. I was teaching here for several years with Ms. Tartaglione, if anybody remembers her, Ms. Voss, I'm sure you remember. And then I went to Suffern and taught it down there and brought it back up here while I was there. So with that said, if you don't mind, if I just read a little something to you, it kind of explains the program and the changes that have happened with the DARE program. So good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm here to talk about why DARE remains relevant, effective, and valuable in today's schools, and why bringing DARE back into the classroom is an investment not just in drug prevention, but in overall development of our students. DARE today is not the program many of us remember from decades ago. It has evolved It is evidence-based, and it is aligned with modern educational standards, social and emotional learning. At its core, DARE teaches students how to think, not just what to avoid. DARE is about decision-making, not just drugs. The modern DARE curriculum, called Keeping It Real, is built on social emotional learning theory, or SEL. SEL focuses on the exact skills we want our students to develop: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, understanding others, communication and relationship skills, handling stress, challenges, and peer pressure. The goal is simple but powerful. If we teach children how to slow down, think critically, and consider risks and consequences, they make safer and healthier choices, not just about drugs, but about life. These skills don't disappear when the lesson ends, they apply to bullying, stress, anxiety, peer pressure, conflict resolution, online behavior, and yes, substance use as the students get older. The DARE elementary curriculum consists of 10 carefully designed lessons taught in a scaffolding process. That means skills are introduced at a basic level, reinforced repetitively, and applied in increasingly complex real-life situations. The very first lesson begins with responsibility and decision-making. From there, students learn how to identify risks and consequences, manage stress, handle peer pressure, communicate confidently, recognize bullying, help others, and know how to get help. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is dumped on the students all at once. The learning builds gradually, which is exactly how children learn best. A centerpiece of the program is the DARE decision-making model, or DDMM. Students learn, define the problem, assess risks and consequences, respond with safe responsibility and choices, evaluate the outcome. DARE. This model introduces the lesson one. This model is introduced in lesson 1 and then used over and over again throughout the curriculum. In situations involving drugs, in stressful life moments, and when facing peer pressure, when dealing with conflict or bullying. By the final lesson, students are not memorizing answers, they are thinking through situations on their own. That's a life skill they will carry into middle school, high school, and adulthood. One of the strongest elements of the curriculum in the DARE curriculum is how it is taught. Lessons are built around stories, short videos, role-playing, journaling, real situations based on actual student experiences. This is often described as kid through kid to kids approach. Students see characters they relate to, they discuss situations they recognize, they practice responses in safe environments before facing those choices in real life. That's what makes the lessons real and effective. Another critical piece is the DARE officer. The officer isn't just delivering information, they are a trusted adult, a consistent presence, and a positive role model. For many students, this is their first meaningful interaction with law enforcement. It builds trust, approachability, and communication long before a crisis ever occurs. The relationship alone has long-term value for schools and communities. The DARE curriculum is also tied to emerging national educational standards. It supports academic skill development, writing and journaling, critical thinking, communications, social emotional growth. This is not a program that pulls away from education, but reinforces it. In closing, it is not about fear, it's about it's not about scare tactics, and it's not about telling kids, just say no. It's about teaching students how to pause instead of acting impulsively, how to think through consequences, how to communicate, how to ask for help, and how to make safe, responsible choices. When we give children these tools early, we don't just prevent problems, we prepare them for life. This is why DARE belongs in our schools, and that is why this is an investment in a safer student, stronger school, and a healthier community. That's an investment that the Tuxedo Police Department is willing to take on. With that being said, as Mr. White said before, there is an expense that needs to be done, and we're willing to absorb that so that we can bring this program back to the kids. I'm not looking for a decision tonight. I think it's a very easy decision to make, but I'm not asking for that decision tonight. What I am asking for is an open communication, that we could talk about this and actually bring this to light, that if I feel comfortable enough, I could send a police officer to the 2-week training that starts February 16th, and they'll get done around February 27th, which allows us approximately 15 weeks left of school by that time, and it's a 10-week program. So the program is a once a week, generally 30 to 45 minutes. I don't know what your periods are, if they're 30 minutes now. They used to be 45 minutes, but it's about a 30-minute curriculum once a week for 10 weeks.
5th grade?
5th grade, correct. Yep. There is also programs for middle school and high school. As of right now, I'd just like to slide in here with the elementary school with 5th grade, and as the development of the program develops, if we want to move into middle school and high school, we can surely do that. Those lessons cover vaping and other stuff for the older kids, but The curriculum is already pre-built for elementary, and I think that's where we really need to start again with the kids.
Is it a voluntary program?
We teach it to the 5th grade. If the parents don't want them to take it, that's up to you guys. If you want to offer them some kind of waiver to come out of. I believe there is a waiver through there. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
But it could be, they could go to another class if you want. Never had that in the 9 years I was doing it.
I wouldn't expect there to be much resistance to that. I think it only
It's,
has
I mean,
positive.
the bond between the police officers and the kids. I used to have kids doing alligator claps and all this stuff that, like, when I'd walk into the classroom, they would all be like, "Oh, it's there, awesome," and they'd be doing all these crazy things.
Yeah.
And it would be the hardest part was just settle them down to get the lesson through.
Right.
That we could then have, like, we used to dare dances and dare hockey and do all these other things afterwards with the
Right.
kids that
That's
it brought such a bond between the kids and the police officers.
That's fantastic.
So, Chief and the board, while we're not going to vote on this officially till next month, any concerns, bring them up now so he has an idea. I have zero concerns.
No concerns.
But I don't want to speak for everybody, just to give you an idea. I'm all thumbs up on this, but we'll
Same.
vote officially next month. You can say thumbs up or concerns or be quiet now. Doesn't lock you into a position, but we're just trying to give him an idea.
The packet I gave to you does answer a lot of the questions that people ask. It is taught nationally. It's over, I forget what the numbers are, like 500 different school districts throughout the state, and this, that, and the other, so.
And I think it's really important because, as we have lost kids from the district for various reasons, bullying has been one of the reasons. So I really think this is a necessary program, and I'm like 1,000% on board.
Yep, it's not only, it's physical bullying, but also cyberbullying. So program brings a lot across the board to help the kids. And there's a vaping problem, and it addresses vaping. It addresses the things that we have to be aware of. When I taught it was big on tobacco. And tobacco's not such a big thing anymore. Now it's the vaping and stuff like that. But it's a scientific program, been tried and true, and I support it 100%.
Any concerns or questions? Most
As
people,
long as a 5th grade teacher can accommodate for 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this.
I think it shouldn't be, we'll just have a couple things, but police officers too.
Okay, I appreciate that. Also, just to bring up, we have been asking for a training day in February. We did it last year, February 20th, I believe it was last year. This year, it's the February 21st, President's Week. It's for the active shooter training. I have to fill out a
Facilities use form, yeah, it'll be approved.
Yeah, that's formality, but I'm aware of that. That's not going to be a problem.
Okay. Well, with that, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chief.
If there's any questions,
Thanks, Chief.
I'm here for the rest of the
Appreciate the
night.
presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything for the public speaking comment in the back? I'm not sure why people are here. Seeing no, okay, we'll move on with the agenda then. Committee reports, I would note that there are minutes attached for recent Policy and Wellness Committee. If there's anything else, it doesn't have to be at the next meeting. You can submit minutes of your meetings, whatever, right? Does anybody want to highlight anything their committee has done? That would be the time.
I can just say that the Student Success Committee was waiting for this presentation before we meet again. So thank you very much to everybody for that incredibly thoughtful presentation. And we aim to have a report next month.
I'd like to say something about the Wellness Committee. We had been talking about the Safe Schools Ambassadors Program, which is another SEL, social emotional learning program that we'd like to bring to the district, and we have an update on it. There are advisors that were selected for it, and Walter has confirmed that there would be money in the budget in order to have them compensated and to be able to run this program. So I was very excited about that. It's something that I can't explain the whole thing because it's a big program, but I think you're familiar with it from what I've mentioned before. And it's something that, as the committee chairperson, we've been working really hard to bring to the district.
Do you want to add that to the agenda?
I would.
So if I can have Walter come up to maybe explain, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know you know this somewhere in your catalog there. But we have a motion to add to the agenda the
Approval of the
approval-
advisors
the
for the
approval of the
Safe Schools
advisors
Ambassadors.
for the SAFE program, but we can have Walter go through the numbers. But in terms of adding to the agenda, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So this is a program we've spoken about in the past, and I forget if we tabled it or just discussed it and didn't have a formal motion, but the issue was numbers, and now the numbers questions have been answered.
So with the, what is left in the co-curricular budget versus the actual?
Do we,
Oh, sorry. So,
you good.
so what's left, if I look at the co-curricular, what was budgeted, what's actually left is right around $12,012. The total amount of this would require a transfer from another account of $384 to cover the 2 stipends. The 2 stipends would be split in half because they would be half-year stipends. That would go once a week from here until the end of the year. But a transfer would be required because it would go over, those 2 stipends would go over the $2,012.
But just that little bit, 300 and change.
84.
Okay. And from what line would that be coming from?
Right now I was looking at another line in the 28 code. This would be the co-curricular account for play musical GGM. The musical is now over and there is some funds in there. That would just be the only other word of, I guess, of caution is, some of those extra funds, if any of the other accounts within the budget do go negative.
Okay.
So
But otherwise, you feel we're safe transferring that money from what you just said to cover these 2 positions?
$380 is immaterial. I would do it.
I'm just
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I don't see. I'm
Yep.
not.
I just want to give you a clear picture. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any questions about this?
We will be encumbering the budget. That's a process I'm going to have to teach Walter, and we'll have a better idea of where we are for the annual. But I think the $380, it's not worth really sort of
And
rounding
we have
error.
the money left over in the GGM musical.
Yeah, but I don't know where we are in general. We're working on that.
So in order to make it official, should I read the advisor's name and the stipend that was determined?
Yes, I
Yeah.
was just about to do that.
Okay.
So now it's added to the agenda. So now there's a motion to approve.
Michelle Foligno, and I can say what the stipend is, 1,369, and that's a A1. And then Ann Castellanos, and that's 3,423, and that's a A7.
And to do that, moving
$384.
$384 from the aforementioned line to this line.
Correct.
Yeah, the stipends too would be prorated at a half amount, so that would be the full amount for that.
Okay. Any questions as to the motion on the floor? Is there a second?
Yeah,
Second.
I have
Yep.
a question.
We get question second now, but then questions.
I would now like to discuss this in executive session.
This.
This.
Okay.
Motion to table?
Well, we can just, if there's no objection, we'll just unofficially table it. We'll get back to it. We're not, because we're going to get back to it this meeting. We're not tabling it to another meeting. So
Sure.
we'll just move on. Okay. So we have a motion and we're during discussion and we'll come back to this afterwards. Okay. All right. Thank you, Walter. More committee reports, if any?
Yes, the policy committee is going to be, we're going to be doing a first reading of two policies tonight. So you're going to get more information about that to follow, but we met and we started with 2, and then we're going to be, we're hopefully meeting once a month from this point out, and then we promise you at least 1. That's our hope. One per board meeting.
How many policies have to be reviewed?
A lot. We're
Entire
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's a lot, and it'll take more than a year. But I'm committed to this, and we'll get through it. We're prioritizing by doing the ones that are required first. And if there's any others that you wanted to prioritize, just send me an email, and we'll put them on the
Sounds
list.
good. Thank you.
Do you want me to talk about OXPA?
Any other committee reports?
Yeah, I'll just say that the budget committee is looking to explore peer schools nearby. To peer schools, looking at peer schools to look at their budgets and their best practices to see how we can help suggest how to understand things better, perhaps here.
Was that
And thank you to Bronwyn.
Just repeat that then.
You cannot hear.
Just the last bit.
Louder.
The last line. Yeah.
What did I say?
You're looking at.
Why are
So
you, why are you
looking
looking at peer schools?
We're looking at peer schools to look at their budgets and best practices to help understand these better and how it functions here, and how to improve where necessary. And thank you, Bronwyn and Susan, for your
Thanks, Bonnie. Do you
suggestions
have
on
something
this.
you look?
Do you want me to?
It's
Yeah,
only if you
okay.
want to. Yeah, it's up to you.
Sure. Okay, so for the outreach committee, the cafeteria project, the main featured theme of the tornado has been painted, and the other walls, we've come to a concept approval, and work on those is continuing. Thank you to Miss Foligno and Bailey Irond, who spent their time painting the main logo. There's a bulletin board project going on through the high school. 2 seniors, Daria Vishnevskaya and Sarah Cruz Granillo, under the supervision of Miss Jones, have been concentrating on themes of SEL and STEM. The first meeting of the students who will be working on a short film about the Tuxedo girls basketball team from the 1930s that won 110 straight games is scheduled for this Friday. Mr. Chan will help guide the students, and the new town historian has provided us with suggested resources from which to gather more information. Work is ongoing on the efforts to make sure that all plaques and banners are updated throughout our campus, and board members Susan Mitchell and Bronwyn and myself have begun to discuss meetings in the community to get feedback as the board and the administration work on next year's school budget.
All right, thank you, Bonnie, and thank you for everybody for the committee reports and for the work you're doing. Now we're ready for Orange County School Board Association report.
Okay. At this month's meeting, there were the speakers from NYSBA were basically talking about the 2026 Capitol Conference, where where Governor Hochul was meeting with them to formulate the new annual budget. And it was a lot of budget talk. And basically, NYSBA advocates for all school boards in order to go to the state and to try to maintain the 2% increase in foundation aid formula, as well as Save Harmless, which is another program that we want to see continue.
A lot of talk, but not a lot of money. I believe the governor's proposed is giving us a whopping $5,000 in foundation aid. I have to verify that, but
Did they?
it doesn't look like we're getting
I think
much.
it was yesterday, right?
Yeah,
Was it yesterday?
that's
yeah.
right.
I didn't get the most recent update, but I think the budget was finalized yesterday.
What do we typically get in foundation aid? Or what did we get last year or 2 years
Oh,
ago?
I don't know about last year.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we don't get a tremendous amount. There was, the foundation aid formula was frozen at one point in time when the state had significant financial problems. So they froze the formula. Oh God, this was over 12 years ago. And then a few years ago when they added those sin taxes, the marijuana, the gambling, they got an influx of revenue, and what they did was they made the foundation aid formula whole. I don't know just how good the formula is. They've got to look at it, and because some districts got such a windfall of money, they didn't even know what to do with it.
We were not
So-
among those.
Absolutely not.
No.
No, we don't get.
We have, like, percentage-wise, the lowest in the state.
Believe it or not, they measure wealth in New York State for school districts with a formula called the combined wealth ratio, and 1.0 would be average for the state. We are something like 3.4. We're out of the stratosphere, one of the wealthiest districts in the state of New York. So usually there's a negative correlation between the amount of aid you get and the wealth ratio. So the bad news is we don't get a lot of state aid, but in times of recession, when they pull the state aid back, it's, we're not going to be as vulnerable to that as other districts that are heavily state aid reliant.
So this $5,000 is small, but it may not represent a significant decrease from what we typically get, or does
It's
it?
not a decrease, but it's certainly not going to help us with all the rising costs and
not an
health insurance. Yeah, it's not going to be
Yeah.
tremendous help. I think what we're hoping for, and I should be getting some numbers hopefully soon, is the assessments from the Tuxedo Reserve, construction that's going on over there. And one of the things we have to keep in mind, and we've been talking about this for years, is that we might have to have a significant, it's possible, I haven't done the numbers yet, but we've been saying this for years, we want to tax to the cap. So the tax levy may be significantly high, but because the pool of funds is going to be so much more over time, a high levy will still yield a small tax rate increase.
Are we taxed to the cap now?
This year, I'm not sure. Walter, was this, did we tax to the cap this year?
Yeah.
Oh, that's correct.
So
Thank you.
we're already operating from
Well,
a
actually, then
deficit.
we're at the last year's level. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're behind.
We're behind. Yeah, yeah, and you don't want to leave money on the table because the goal is you want to keep taxes low and stable. Some people, you'll hear politicians say, I kept the tax rate at 0 to save you money. Everything goes up every year. So what they're in fact doing, unless they've got an incredibly packed fund balance built or surplus built into their budget, they're just kicking the can down the road. So I would dissuade anybody from any conversations about a 0 tax increase. Keep it low and stable over time, and then you won't have large fluctuations. I'm sorry?
So we got that last year.
Oh, yeah, well,
We got a 0% tax.
yeah.
Yep.
And you would not encourage that.
Second column,
No.
it says 0.
That creates issues.
Yep.
Okay, and then just one more thing. Thank you.
Sorry
for
to
clarifying.
weigh in on that for you, but
No, it's okay. You explained it better than they did. So then
I gave the
also,
reality.
NISBA wanted to just share the news, if you're not aware, and I'd just love to share this with you by email so you can share it with your staff, that there are awards that NISBA gives out to students, and they're all posted on their website, and it's just a great opportunity to highlight students who shine. An example is one called Tomorrow's Leaders Today. It's for students who do student-led one-time acts of extraordinary leadership and initiative. It's very easy to apply. A teacher would just have to fill out the form online, and then we can get our students recognized. That's it.
Okay, so moving on to, we'll skip the consent agenda approval because there's only one. So we'll go right to the 4.2. 4.1 is to all the consent, but there's only one. So let's go to 4.2. That is motion to approve the following FMLA leave for employee number 78 as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on to business consent agenda. Who would like to pull anything out? And to be clear, David, the two new policies, I have to read them into the record? Or if they're a part of the agenda, does that suffice? Yeah. Yeah, what?
I don't know if they made it.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I don't
normally
know.
would have been, but we may not have. Susan, do you know if those two policies?
Yes, they are there.
They're on the they're on the website. Okay. So I'm gonna pull them out though, because we're gonna waive a second reading perhaps, so I'm
Gary.
pulling out the two policies.
The file attachments are there,
But I'm making sure it got posted to the public.
right there and there.
Right, okay. I can never tell what I can see and what they
Yeah.
can see.
So are we pulling it out?
Pulling it out just so we can
Okay.
deal with them separately
Okay.
for parliamentary reasons only.
And that's 5.0,
That's 5.3 and 4.
3 and 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
Anything
want me
else?
to give like an overview or anything of them, or
No,
after?
afterwards.
Okay.
So we're doing the business office reports. There were 5 attached. The enrollment report, the acceptance of a donation, but we want to, even though it's on consent, we want to make sure we thank Audrey Adler for the donation of wooden railroad tracks, bridges, trains, and accessories, so thank you.
Thank you.
And then there's approval of a Board of Ed retreat, date to be determined, but just the concept of it. So we're all keeping those in. Do I have a motion to approve?
Want to pick a date?
Well, we tried to. I'm only available the last one I sent out. I'm out of.
I would do the 10th.
I'm out of.
Is fine with me.
Yeah, I'm out
10th
of
is
state
fine
the
with me.
rest.
10th is
10th
fine
is
with
fine?
me.
Chris?
All right, they good?
All right, we're in.
Thought it was
It's a Wednesday.
Tuesday?
It's a Wednesday. I think.
Wednesday.
No, it's a Tuesday. I think it's, let me double check. I actually think it's a Tuesday.
Monday's, it has to be a Tuesday, right, because
It's
the
a
second is
Tuesday.
a Monday.
It's a Tuesday.
I'm a maybe.
You're
So-
what?
Tentatively, he's a maybe, so tentatively, that's our
Okay.
goal.
And if anyone has any specific areas of topics they'd like discussed at that retreat, just please let me know.
Okay, perfect.
What
So-
time is this retreat? It's at night?
Yeah.
the
What
evening,
time?
yeah.
What time do we want to start it at?
What time is the best for you?
It's in Goshen, so I would request
The-
that we build in some travel time.
Yeah, they offered Goshen, the Carl Onken Center, and dinner. So
For no cost.
very nice at no cost. It's a
What was,
very
what was the
nice-
cost, Susan?
No cost.
Thank you.
That's a good cost.
How can that be?
We can just, we'll work on time
It's
later.
fine.
Think about it.
I
I don't want to rush you.
It's about my work schedule. I
Yeah,
have to
yeah, yeah.
determine
So we'll, time to be determined.
Okay, figured.
Okay, so that notwithstanding approval of all the other items,
We'll move.
second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Okay, the two items we pulled out, 5.3 and 5.4 are two new policies the policy committee has gone through. They're kind of mandatory, so we're just catching up on things. Susan, I'll let you explain both, but just generally, what the committee thought. But we'll move these together, both 5.3 and 5.4. The motion will be, I'm asking for a motion to approve both of those policies. They've been posted to the public, and part of the motion will be to waive the second reading or notice of it so we can approve it tonight. So two policies, approving them tonight because we're waiving the second reading. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
So Susan, can you explain just for the public listening and for the board members who perhaps didn't have a chance to look at it, what these two policies are for? And as I mentioned, they are mandatory.
Okay, basically, the policy 0100, and Jeff, feel free to chime in, as well as Will, who is part of the committee.
And our attorney over there, who knows these things like the back of his hand.
Actually, do you want to summarize?
He cites them in his sleep.
It's non-discrimination and equal opportunity, and basically, it's an update to the policy that has already existed, and it strengthens protections against discrimination based on traits associated with race, religious practices, and gender identity. Do you want to add to that?
I think you did a spectacular job.
Thank you.
And the second part of the motion would be for the gender-neutral single occupancy bathrooms.
Yes, that is just talking about signage that needs to be labeled. We have these bathrooms already designated, and we need to update the signs. I did have a question about that, just about the locker rooms and how does, in the gym area, where would one have, which bathroom is designated there?
You know, Susan, you asked me that, and I followed up with Mr. Margada, our athletic director, and he gave me the answer. And at the moment, I'm having a senior moment.
Okay. I mean, we can approve the policy
Yeah,
either way,
no,
but I
it's
just wanted
being
to
done
make sure there was
appropriately.
something
Yeah,
in
it's-
that building.
yeah, it's being done appropriately. I just
Okay.
don't remember exactly what he said.
I think so, but it doesn't, it's not labeled, so I just want to make sure that it's
Yeah,
labeled
we're making
properly.
sure all the signage is correct.
Once it becomes a policy, it's got to get done, so.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions?
Okay, any other questions or comments or discussion? So we're voting for two policies, waiving a second reading for both, and actually approving them tonight. They become policy if we so move, if we so vote. Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those, anybody against? I think that was everybody, so unanimous. All right, thank you.
So you waived the second, right?
Yes, we did. Items for discussion, past, present, or future. Susan, I think we covered the one thing that we spoke about, right? So that's done. Anybody else, new or old business to bring up? public comment. I don't think anybody's come in the room since I asked last time, but anybody who's sitting out there, any public comment from anybody? All right, so then, the last thing will be executive session, so I'll ask for a motion to go into executive session with council to talk about various items that are appropriate for executive session.
Do we need any, is there any need for Dr. Cogliano or Mr. Kaufman or Mr. Kamar?
No, thanks for coming, gentlemen. There may or may not, I expect there will be some action after executive session, but you three, please be excused.
So moved for
Thank you.
exec session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're good. right, thank you, everybody. For the people watching, it is now 1:18 a.m. Do I have a motion to return from executive session?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to remove from the table Susan's motion earlier for the two positions, which we'll reread in a second? Do I have a motion to remove that from the table?
Motion.
Second? I don't think there's discussion for that. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So Susan, can you reread that? Oh, sorry, I should have.
Can we go back? The numbers I have are in here. Okay. All right, here we go. So the motion is to approve for the Safe Schools Ambassadors advisors, Michelle Foligno for $1,369 at A1, and Ann Castellanos at $3,463. Oh, sorry, $3,423 at A7,
And
which would be prorated.
Right, and prorated. And I think we did this, but just in case we didn't, Susan, you're making that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Oh,
All,
Do we need explanation?
remove Susan's motion, and then Susan read it again, so now we had to make a motion to.
I'm not sure if we moved it before and seconded.
did.
We did?
Bonnie removed it, Will seconded it, and we all voted yes.
Then why we table it?
Oh, you mean now? Just now we did that. Sorry, I'm not a very good pro tem clerk.
Clearly, just kidding. Just clear. And just kidding, just kidding. So we're gonna, if there's no disagreement, we're saying what already happened was Bonnie moved it, Will seconded it, it got tabled, so now it's back on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
No.
And if there's no problems, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
motion carries.
No.
Do you? Yes.
No, I thought we were, wait, I thought we were tabling it. Wait,
No, we're agreeing to it. Yeah.
We had tabled it
We have
3 hours ago. We talked about an executive session.
Yeah, we did.
So now we just raised it from the table, meaning it's a live motion again, and now we just passed it. If people were misunderstood, we can redo the vote.
There's money. Remember, we discussed that there's money in the extracurricular fund for this because it's prorated, so it's not the full amount of the stipend.
The money
It's-
was already budgeted for.
It's budgeted for. We're not spending
Just
additional money.
We're not creating a position, we're just approving the people to take
With the
these.
additional $384 that we're gonna take from the GGM musical.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is all
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of the same thing,
Yeah.
that same motion.
Right.
Okay, so everybody votes yes?
It's unanimous, okay. Can I do one motion for 3 walk-ons and then do them separately to add them? So do I have a motion to add 3 walk-on motions involving district clerk, a transportation consultant, and attendance, for lack of a better term? Do I have a motion to add those to the agenda? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the first one is resolution appointing district clerk. Be it resolved that the board hereby approves the hiring of Christina Murphy as the district clerk of the Tuxedo UFSD 2025 to 2026 school year in the amount of $10,000. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second. Discussion.
Discussion. Now, is this per, board policy 1404, correct?
Right now, there is a board policy in place. I forgot the number, but you just said it. We can change it at any time we want. There's also a large loophole at the end of that board policy that says the district clerk, for lack of a better term, does whatever else we assign her,
Correct.
him or her. So
As long
yes and yes,
As long as we're noting the policy that we.
but we're not changing any policies or job descriptions in any way tonight.
Okay, and this money was already budgeted for, so we're
Correct.
not spending over budget.
To be clear, we're actually saving 3,000 and change. So we're
I
actually
think
spending,
our
what-
Secretary Pro Tem was.
right, but even with that, on this line item for the year, we'll have a savings of several $1,000s.
Correct.
And it's for the year.
Yes. Yes, it was 10,000 flat. Oh, I don't know. It's not a per hour. Yes. Anything else? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
So that's Susan,
That's coincidentally, it's your side of the table.
Okay.
They planned it out
All
that
right.
way.
and then the
And then
abstaining.
all those against,
No.
No.
and I'm a no too. So coincidentally, this side of the table, they're all no's. I feel like we set this up, but we didn't.
Or you're an abstain.
He switched it.
It's no or abstain. Put me down for an abstention.
Okay.
But my point is, I want to state for the record, nothing against Christina or her ability to do the job, but I've continually said and believed that there's a conflict that can't be rectified by just waiving it, and that conflict still exists because you can't have the district clerk who reports to us and the superintendent, secretary, or assistant who reports to him be the same person, because there could be a conflict. And if there could be a conflict, in my mind, that's a non-waivable conflict.
But
that's my
legally, it's okay.
Legally, it's fine. And we're doing this not because we have to, but because this is the best candidate for the job. But that's got nothing to do with my principled opinion.
Please note that we didn't interview anybody else for this role. Just want to go on record for that.
Anything else before we move on? Okay, so that's 4-2 to 1. Thank you. Second one, do I have a motion to approve this, which is a resolution approving Joanne Martin as transportation consultant? Be it resolved that the board hereby approves and authorizes the superintendent to execute the agreement for transportation consultant services with Joanne Martin effective 1/22/26 to 12/31/26, so January 22nd for the end of the year, as presented to the board at this meeting. A copy of said agreement shall be incorporated by reference within the minutes of this meeting, and in that multiple page, approximately 7 or 8 page consulting agreement, it is at a rate of $100 per hour, and it is for a maximum of $3,000. And I would note, board members had asked if we burn through that, we can always renew it, but the board would have to approve anything beyond $3,000. Doesn't mean we wouldn't do it. It just means at this particular time, it's up to $3,000. Do I have a motion for that?
When we voted upstairs, you broke it down into 2 sections here. We voted on the $100 per hour. I voted no.
Yeah, so speak into the mic.
Did you understand?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, whatever we spoke about in executive session has to stay up in an executive session. We were talking about various ways we could come to land, but we landed on this. Right, so now it's the entire package, yes or no. So upstairs, we were allowed to talk, we can't say what we said, but hypothetically, we can break it down to try to come to a final package. But now the vote is on this one final package in its entirety or not. So that package was the $100 per hour up to $3,000 for the year, which could be renewed. Okay?
So Will moved.
I'll second.
Okay, Susan seconded.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes. I think this is, I just want to state for the record that Mr. Iron had been hired with the presupposition that he was qualified and capable of doing this job. Therefore, we wouldn't need the consultant to be engaged. This at this point it is necessary, and which is why I'm supporting this.
Well, please note that there was supposed to be a transition plan for Mr. Iron from the just recently retired Joanne Martin Transportation Director that was supposed to occur in the last few months. So I don't think it's any negligence on behalf of Brendan Iron. I think it's to add any sort of value or to reach out for if Brendan has any questions or needs assistance. So I don't think there's any problem with transportation. I think it's for Brendan for any future assistance with the busing.
To that, I would say, in my view, this is not about an issue of negligence. I don't think he's done anything negligent. It was just assume that he would have been qualified and trained by December 31st.
I agree with that.
Just for the record, I'm still voting for this.
So, and I'd like to just, I'd like to add that this is very common practice that we do in our district as well as other districts when you have someone who is inexperienced but qualified for a job, that they would have the opportunity for mentorship. So this is basically mentorship to be used as needed.
Yes, I agree with Susan.
Yeah, I agree with everybody, because my recollection was actually that there was going to be, we're going to try to have this overlapping period before Joanne left, and things happened, and we didn't get nothing done, but we thought we wouldn't get it all done. So my recollection was there was supposed to be this training period and consultation afterwards, both. So this is just really following up with what was the plan all along. We can argue about how much time we hope is or isn't used, but this was always the plan.
We hope Brendan is prepared. We acknowledge that sometimes you need a little bit of a backstop.
Right. Anything else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nope.
So 6-1. Everybody, there was a yes? So just Chris. And finally, walk on for a new attendance policy. Unless otherwise, and I'm reading this now, unless otherwise established by a collective bargaining agreement for employees in bargaining units, all employees shall be required to record their attendance upon arrival and departure from work, comma, as well as whenever they leave and re-enter a school building, comma, using the system prescribed by this policy, parentheses, swipe system or handwritten signature, and time entry where a swipe system has not been installed, end of parentheses. A single point of entry to each building shall be used for building security purposes. Do I have a motion to adopt this policy?
So moved.
Discussion. Oh, yeah, so the motion would, let me amend that motion. Who made the motion?
Chris.
Thank you.
This
Do you,
isn't a policy, this is a regulation.
It's a resolution.
does it matter?
It's not a policy.
So it's written policy, so let me read. What do you suggest would you, Dave? Which one? Okay, so do you change your motion to just entitle it a resolution instead of a policy?
I do.
And whoever seconded it does also? Okay, so this resolution has now been motioned and seconded. Is there any questions or discussion?
Well, this resolution is a duplication of a resolution that was made last year, and we're reinstating it because we want to make sure that it's being carried out, and this is our effort to do that.
I think it's fair. That's a fair summary.
And this is for all administration and faculty members, right?
And staff.
And
And
staff.
staff.
Okay.
Everybody.
For it says employees, so that's how we worded it.
And just to be clear, at least my motivation in this policy is that the single point of entry is an important security feature of the school, and it's just imperative that everybody at the school adhere to the single point of entry for the safety of students, faculty, staff, everybody that's here.
Anybody else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any other business before this board tonight?
No, I do want to go back to the Joanne Martin mentoring again. The reason I voted no, just to go on the record, is I'm not against the mentoring, but I am against, I think, in a contingency budget, spending more money, I think is not fiscally responsible. So that's hence my reason for my no vote.
Anything else?
Thank you, Chris.
Motion to adjourn? Oh, yep, go ahead. No. How's that?
That's what happens at 1:45.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries. Thank you, everybody.
Missed the show.